Rush, we're recording anytime. We always have at least a 2-minute leader, so no problem.
Okay, so we can, you can start it if you haven't. But...
Yeah, no, I did, but
thank you.
No problem to have a 2 to 5 minute leader.
Okay. All right, I'll start the hearing in 1 second.
Take your time, Madam Chair.
Okay, just making sure I've got a head count. Okay, everyone, board members, before we begin, did everyone see that we have received both a proposed findings and decision from the district, as well as a hearing statement, a status statement from Ralph's Grocery, along with I don't know what they called it, but a new compliance, an updated compliance plan. Does everybody have those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, then I'm going to start the hearing. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is September 10th, 2020. The time is just after 9:00 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders that are in place still in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar for today, and that is South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Ralph's Grocery Company, case number 6166-1. And today's hearing is an already ordered status and modification hearing. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Good morning, Catherine Roberts on behalf of the executive officer.
Morning, Ms. Roberts. And who is representing Ralph's Grocery Company this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Mike McDonough from Pillsbury Winthrop, Ralph's.
Good morning, Mr. McDonough. Okay, so today we have many things happening. I'm going to start by marking certain documents that we've received. First of all, today's hearing is definitely meant to be a status hearing so that we can hear the status of Ralph's compliance thus far with the order. And so I'm going to start by marking Ralph's status hearing statement on stipulated order for abatement. And Madam Clerk, I don't know if I see where. Oh, there you are. What letter are we up to? No, wait. Yes, what letter are we up to for respondent? Oh, sorry, we can't hear you. You are muted.
C as in cat.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to mark the actual hearing statement as C as in cat. And we also received, which is already marked as a respondent's exhibit D as in dog. It's the Ralph's reciprocating engine and flare project updated compliance plan. And we'll mark that as it is already marked as exhibit D as in dog. And then we're going to mark together the two district exhibits that we received, both the proposed findings and decision for a modified order for abatement. And we're going to include with that the attachment A, which is the existing compliance plan. And we're going to mark that as exhibit 12, 1-2, number 12. Okay, so we have several things happening today. One is an update on compliance. Two is a request by the district for a modification. And the third is, I assume there needs to be a request by the respondent also for a modification. Those modifications, I understand, differ. So we're going to begin with an opening by the district today, Ms. Roberts. Well, before I do that, let me swear in. Any witnesses, anyone who is appearing today who wishes to be heard and give testimony, if you can please put on your video camera if you haven't already done so, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Just
I do.
indicate.
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, Ms. Roberts, if you'd like to begin with your opening.
Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today's hearing, as the chair has noted, is a status hearing for a previously issued order for abatement that was initially issued in January of this year. And it follows on the prior status hearing that was heard in April of this year.
May I stop for a moment? I'm having trouble hearing Ms. Roberts.
Yeah.
Is everyone else? Okay,
Yeah.
Ms. Roberts, your connection seems to be awry. I don't know if you're.
Check your microphone and volume, etc. When I tested
It's
with-
breaking up, so I don't know if it's
when
something-
I tested with you earlier, it was perfect.
I changed nothing, but I can hear all members on the Zoom so far, but I can exit out and rejoin if that would.
Probably would be a good idea, Julie.
I think that would be a very good idea, especially if you tested earlier and it was perfect, because you're breaking up with every word. So we're going to take just a moment to allow Ms. Roberts to leave the meeting and come back in.
Madam Chair, is that audio better?
Yes, that is 100% better. Okay.
I apologize for the inconvenience, and I thank you for
Of course,
bearing with me.
not your fault to be expected during these Zoom remote hearings. But Ms. Roberts, if you'd like to begin from the beginning, that would probably be best.
Sure, thank you. Today's hearing is set to provide, as the chair noted, an update on the status of the order for abatement that was initially issued this January, and it follows on a status hearing that was held on the hearing board's consent calendar in April. And as noted in that last status hearing, the respondent did submit the necessary permit applications in March of this year. So one of the updates is that since the last hearing, the district has issued all necessary permits to construct and operate in order to get the waste to energy project up and running as contemplated in this order for abatement. However, during the March and April time period, as we're all aware, because we're meeting still remotely in September, the vast majority of district staff, including our engineering and permitting staff, were transitioning to 100% remote work. And this, along with the normal review and verification process for reviewing and issuing a permit to construct and a permit to operate, the district's permit issuance was approximately 4 weeks later than the respondent's initially assumed date in its compliance plan. So in light of that, both the district and the respondent today are seeking somewhat of a modification to extend the commissioning date of the flare. In the initially proposed compliance plan submitted by the respondent in this matter, that date was set to be September 25th of this year. The respondent today is seeking to extend this date approximately 16 weeks to January 13th, 2021. And the district does acknowledge that some minimal extension of this deadline is needed, in part due to the timing of the issuance of the district's permitting, which again was approximately 4 weeks late. However, the district's modification is seeking to be the most expeditious date that is reasonably possible under the current circumstances. The district is hopeful that the testimony and evidence that will be received this morning from both the district's engineering staff as well as the respondent's witness will allow the hearing board to set that date at the most expeditious time possible to enable both the flare commissioning date expeditiously and also not risk the delay of the commissioning date of the reciprocating engine, which is essential for this to be a fully functioning waste to energy project as initially conceived. The district is also seeking other minor modifications to the stipulated OA at this time, and those are all included in the district's proposed findings that has been accepted as Exhibit 12. Those modifications are primarily ministerial, and none of those are opposed to the district's understanding by the respondent. The district is primarily seeking to incorporate the current mitigation, monitoring, and reporting measures regarding the flare operation into the board's actual findings, decision, and order. Neither party is seeking to change those measures at this time, but those measures are important given the ongoing compliance status of the flare. And the incorporation into the order will both avoid any kind of potential ambiguity as to the continuing nature of that obligation. And also the district believes this would increase the transparency, that those measures are included in a compliance plan, which has previously been submitted to the board, but they were not previously part of the board's actual order. And the district believes that incorporating the order and including all aspects of the order for abatement into this one document would increase the transparency to any members of the interested public. The final amendments, modifications that the district seeks are merely to extend the board's jurisdiction and to set another status hearing for January of 2021. The district, as part of this status hearing this morning, has two witnesses. First from our compliance department, our air quality inspector, and second from our engineering and permitting, our senior engineer. They can speak to both the timing of the permit issuance as well as ongoing compliance and the need for mitigation measures at a continuing basis for the flare. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McDonough, your opening, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Please just let us know if you have any problems hearing us. I'm concerned that we may cut in and out like Catherine, so let us know if you don't hear us. So recall that Ralphs of the district have agreed to stipulated order in this matter to construct a new reciprocating engine and a new smaller flare for the Compton facility food digester. That will enable the digester to operate without the low flare temperature issues that has plagued the unit in the past. We're especially happy today to be able to keep the digester in operation. As you heard at the initial hearing in this matter, operating the digester helps us divert food from landfills. It also helps Ralphs reduce its carbon footprint by producing renewable energy for the company. So we are very happy to report at today's status update that the facility, as you heard from the district, the facility has received its permits to construct and operate for the smaller flare. And we're continuing to progress towards construction and operation of that flare. You will hear in testimony from our witness today, Mr. Eaton, that that there have been some permitting and vendor fabrication delays in the past few months that have pushed our operation schedule for the flare back by a few months. But we're hoping to get necessary City of Compton building permits and the vendor work done, the remaining vendor work done, so that we can allow first flare operation no later than January 13th. And this has been summarized in our status hearing statement marked as Exhibit C, and you'll also see it's reflected in our revised compliance plan that's marked as Exhibit D. And you'll also hear that we remain on schedule for installation and operation of the new reciprocating engine by March of 2021. So in the meantime, to the points that Ms. Roberts made, you'll hear that Ralphs has taken mitigation measures, that mitigation measures have been in place since this order for abatement was entered. And in fact, those mitigation measures have allowed closer monitoring, closer management of the flare temperature to keep that at a minimum 1400 degrees Fahrenheit. And those measures have yielded fruit. The low flare temperatures, as you may remember from our first hearing, were reduced from 66% of operating minutes down to 24% between 2018 and 2019. Year to date, we're happy to report in 2020, we are now down to 10% of minutes with low flare temperature for any reason. That would include any breakdowns. And in July 2020, we're very happy to report we actually saw 0 minutes with any low flare temperature for the first time. So we're very optimistic based on these results that once the new flare is in place, we will have eliminated these low temperature issues once and for all. So as you hear today, we agree that parties should return to the board for a status update on January 7th, by which time we hope to report to the board that the flare has been installed and commissioned and that the reciprocating engine remains on track for March 2021 commissioning date. So thanks again, and we're happy to answer questions as we go.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Ms. Roberts, your first witness, please.
Thank you. The district would call Chester Balliet. Mr. Balliet, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Christer Baluyot, CHRISTER BALUYOT.
Thank you. And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes,
And what's your position with the district?
air quality inspector.
And in that capacity, are you familiar with the respondents' facility and their waste to energy project that's the subject of this order for abatement?
Yes,
And so as part of that order for abatement, the respondent initially submitted a proposed compliance plan to the district. Have you reviewed that?
yes,
And that compliance plan contains certain mitigation measures for the flare. Is that correct?
correct.
Can you briefly describe what measures those are being taken and why they would need to be taken?
So the facility reports their monthly flare temperatures to me. Mr. Eaton provides a monthly summary and the data every month for the previous month of the temperatures by minute, and provides a summary of each day the facility was not in compliance with the 1400 degree limit.
Okay. And since that compliance plan, have they submitted all of that monitoring to you or someone else at the district?
Yes,
Okay. And do you review all of that monitoring?
yes, I review them every month when they're provided to me.
And does the district use that to assess ongoing compliance with the flare at this time?
Yes,
Okay. And so you mentioned the 1400 degrees C. That's the condition in the facility's permit. That is a minimum temperature for the flare. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So there's been no proposed changes in that monitoring. But as you heard from Respondents Council, there has been a decrease in the number of exceedant permit violations by going underneath the minimum flare temperature. So the Respondents Council suggested that has been down to approximately 24% non-compliance in the year for the calendar year 2019. And 10% for year to date for 2020. As a general matter, do you agree that what you've seen since that monitoring, has there been a decrease in the number of violations of this flare permit condition?
Based upon what I've seen, yes, there's been a decrease.
Okay. So in your opinion, then, are the measures that the respondent has taken to mitigate any of those violations, are they in general working, you would say, to minimize the violations?
Yes,
Okay. So can you describe in a just a really general fashion for the hearing board, why is it that we still have this order for abatement if essentially they are minimizing all of is there any additional steps that are needed if they're already doing things to minimize their flare exceedance? Is this the final compliance state, basically?
basically although they're doing what all that they can to mitigate the issue of being below that 1400 degree permit condition, they are still in fact in violation by going under. So continue monitoring and reporting that, hopefully provide us the information that that they're continuing to take those measures to achieve being above that 1400 degrees.
Okay, thank you. And as of right now, as just burning off from the flare, that does not constitute what the district would consider a waste to energy, is it?
Right. Yes.
Thank you. So I have no further questions for Mr. Balliet, but I will turn it over to the Respondents' Council.
Sorry, Mr. McDonough, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time. I would appreciate, just thank you for Mr. Balliet, your testimony. The facility appreciates your service for them. And right now I don't have any further questions for you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone have questions?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Balagopalan.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Balliet. You get the monthly reports and you review them, you said, right?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of the latest report with you?
I am able to pull up the month of August.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay. It's the month of August 2020. That's what you're looking at.
Correct.
How many days does it show they were below the 1400 degrees?
Oh, I was able to filter through the data and I see 6 days of non-compliance.
And would you have, does the data show what was the lowest temperature that was recorded?
I would have to filter through the data.
Okay.
But I could.
While he does that, can you just remind us what month are we looking at?
August 2020.
Thank you.
Uh, 562 degrees.
562. Now the respondent or the facility reported that the number of exceedance, or not exceedance, the number of readings that were below the 1400 were down 10%. Do you have a baseline number that we're looking at? The 10% is from what was the initial? I know it initially. I think they reported it went down. They were exceeding, not meeting the limit 69. I believe it was 69% of it. 63% of the time, and then the following year it was 24% of the time, and now it's 10% of the time. But do you have a number that is used as a reference and for the 10%?
I don't have a number.
If I may, Mr. Balagopalan, and I will yield to the respondent for correction, but I did want to point out that the findings of fact in the past, the current version of the modified order for abatement, paragraph 10 does specify that we're, as of April 2019, when the district sought information from the respondent, they were looking at 279 days of data on the flare, and it's a 272 of those days indicated there was not an exceedance, but a dropping below the 1400 degrees. So I'm not sure if that's the precise starting point that the respondent is looking at, but I would note that is in the record.
Yes, I did see that. I just wanted to, because we're throwing a percentage, so I have to have some baseline. That's all. Mr. The report also included two other criteria that was supposed to report. The other one is the flash stack flow. Is that, do you have an average of the stack flow, or is that something you have to filter?
No, I don't have the average for the stack flow.
But they've been submitting that data to you.
Yes.
What about the estimated VOC emissions?
On some reports, they're included, but I noticed that on other monthly reports that they were not included.
Okay, but that's a requirement they're supposed to do every month, correct?
The VOCs, I'm not too sure.
I'm looking at appendix, well, I'm looking at D, but I think it was appendix attachment A also required that. But do you have a number from a past report? Is that on VOC emissions, either daily or monthly?
On the August data that they provided me, within the data, they mentioned, facility mentions total June VOC emissions of 296.3 pounds.
I'm sorry, that's for what period?
June.
Oh, for June, okay. 2020.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know, I mean, the data shows that there's been a significant reduction from the number of when they initially had the problem in was identified in 2019. Do you know what kind of mitigation measures they've taken to reduce the number of days they're not meeting the limit?
According to the facility, it's just a lot of adjustments with the feed that they're able to get in from all of their stores. As far as any specifics that the facility does, I would have to defer to the facility.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. I had a question. You mentioned before that you had reviewed the compliance plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on have you reviewed other compliance plans for other facilities?
Not of this nature.
Okay, and so but you have reviewed compliance plans in the past, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How does this compliance plan differ from other compliance plans that you've reviewed? Is it the same in specificity? Is it less specific to your knowledge?
Based on what I've seen before, it's more or less the same. I've seen more instruction in the compliance plan.
Instruction on what in particular?
More instruction on how compliance would be achieved. Right.
Do you know when you reviewed the compliance plan, was a permit requirement for Compton anticipated or brought to your knowledge? I don't see it in the compliance plan, but I understand from the status update that it's required.
I'm sorry,
A-
can you
a
repeat that?
A permit from the city of Compton. Do you know whether that was, to your knowledge, anticipated in the compliance plan when you first reviewed it?
When I first reviewed it, I don't recall a building permit from the city of Compton.
Okay. And do you know, when did you first learn that that is a requirement?
I first learned of that when I received a copy of the most updated compliance plan.
Okay, so in anticipation for, did you also receive it just the other day in anticipation of today's hearing, or did you receive
Yes.
it earlier? Okay.
In anticipation for today.
Okay. And so I just want to understand, because Mr. Balagopalan asked whether or not you always receive VOC emission estimates. So your response is that you know for a fact you don't always receive them in the monthly.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know, do you independently know whether Ralph's is actually on track for its reciprocating engine, the date of March of 2021?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know independently what factors go into whether or not they're actually on track for that? Permits that might be required or anything else?
No.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Senator?
How long have you been with the district?
I've been with the district for 3 years and 4 months.
3 years of How long have you been? Oh my God. How long have you been assigned to this project?
I was assigned to the facility in February of this year.
Pardon me. Say they've improved by 10%. Would that represent in terms of days being out of compliance?
Based on, I can't speak for, based on the data from last year, as I've only received data since February. But I do see a decrease since I've been receiving data from the facility.
What's the baseline upon which you agree or decide 10% represent?
I don't have a baseline to make that comparison. I don't have a baseline to make that comparison.
Anybody here would know? All right, okay. The compliance plan presented an exhibit initially, attachment A. There's a compliance plan there. How does that differ from the compliance plan and attachment? Exhibit D. If at all.
I'm sorry, are you asking how they're different? How the two compliance plans are different?
Right.
Well, the new compliance plan, it includes some new dates for the commissioning of the new flare. It also has the update on when applications for the permit to construct were received and when the permits were issued.
So for the generator installation and commissioning, same as March 26, 2021,
Correct.
and so that's constant.
Yes.
Anything else that differs there?
So the difference between the two would be for the flare, installation and commissioning of the flare. The initial compliance plan stated September 25th, 2020, and the new updated compliance plan has a date of January 13th, 2021.
Why the difference significantly in your mind?
From what I understand, there's been some issues with the scheduling, but I believe the engineer can speak more to that.
Okay, thank you.
I had, thank you, Senator. I had one other question. Okay, I was taking notes when Mr. Balagopalan was asking you questions about August exceedances of, or sorry, not exceedances, but days in which the temperature was below 1400 degrees Fahrenheit in the flare. And just so I'm clear, you said 6 out of the days of August?
Yes, 6 days
Okay.
during the month of August.
And so to figure out a percentage of time, would it not just be the percentage of days out of compliance, or is it minute by minute? How do you calculate the percentage of time?
So for in my own notes, I calculate for each month. So the percentage of non-compliance days for the month of August would be roughly 19%.
Right, that's my question. Okay, so is that how you normally, so when we're looking at, I just want to make sure we're looking at apples to apples comparisons. So when we started with 2018 average of 64%, down to 2019 average of 24%, and then hearing 10% as an average for 2020 year to date, that's the same percentage. You're looking at it as in days out of compliance versus days in compliance or total days as a percentage. Is that correct? So the 19% is calculated the same way as those other percentages.
Right, just the non-compliant days out of the total days of the month.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions before we move to yes, Senator, you have another question.
How many on-site inspections have you made to verify these percentages they're talking about?
On-site inspections?
On-site where you visit?
I have only made a visit to the facility once for their annual inspection in February.
Well, have you looked at these reports today? That's before us?
Yes.
Okay, well, they talk about number of violations in the reports. You're aware of that?
I'm sorry. The number of violations.
Notice the violations.
Mr. Balayut, how are you calculating? How do you receive, I think the Senator's asking, how are you receiving the information to make your basis for when there's non-compliance?
May I finish my line of questions, please?
Okay, he answered that question.
So you are aware there were notice of violations issued to this facility?
Yes. Violations were issued to the facility by the previous inspector.
Okay, and how was that determined that they were in violation, to the best of your knowledge?
Based on the reports given to the prior inspector, showing that the flare was operating below the 1400 degrees.
And on-site inspection to verify?
Yes.
It did. My question is, but you haven't done that. So you don't know the numbers are, except what they give you.
Correct. We did do a facility inspection back in February, and during that time, the facility was in compliance with the temperature.
Was it or not?
They were in compliance.
Your voice not synchronized. Sorry, but all right,
Were
thank
yes in compliance?
Yes, they were in compliance.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Senator?
I think since that point, if I can recall, they issued an NOV. So if they were in compliance then, why make any change? They made changes, but I don't remember all the details. I did review it. I'll come back.
Okay, just as a refresher, the non-compliance is intermittent. And that's why the requirement to give monthly reports, and apparently it's minute by minute. Okay, board members, any other questions for the inspector? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your testimony. Ms. Roberts, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The district would call Don Nguyen. Mr. Nguyen, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. First name Don, D-O-N, last name Nguyen, N-G-U-Y-E-N.
Thank you. And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
And what is your position with the district?
I am the senior air quality engineer in the mechanical and chemical unit.
Great. And in that capacity, are you familiar with the facilities, the respondent's facility?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the waste to energy project that's the subject of this order for abatement?
yes, I am.
And have you reviewed the permit applications and the permit that was issued by the district as part of this respondent's waste to energy facility?
As part of my duties as senior, I review the engineer who prepares the engineering evaluation and the application associated with it, yes.
And so the compliance plan that was initially submitted by the respondent and documents that were submitted to the hearing board back in April stated that the permit applications were submitted to the district on March 20th of this year. Is that the correct date to your knowledge?
My knowledge, yes.
And when did the district actually issue those permits to the facility?
So they were issued in the system June 17th, 2020 of this year, and then mailed out, signed and mailed out the next day. And we sent them a courtesy copy via email on June 25th, 2020.
Okay. And so the initial compliance plans submitted by the respondent suggested and assumed permit issuance by May 19th, 2020. Is that correct?
In the initial compliance plan, yes, that was the initial assumption.
Was that assumption made by the district or was that an assumption made by the respondent?
As I recall, this is based on the respondent's compliance plan, yes.
Okay. And so can you, but the district was aware of that assumption at the time. Can you briefly describe kind of that permitting process and the timeline that led to basically 4 weeks difference of the respondent's assumption to the actual issuance?
So yeah, in general, in normal times, the assumption of May would have been probably on target, but I guess to summarize and to whittle it down, basically, it was basically dealing with the, as you had pointed out in your opening statement, that given that all our engineers, as well as most of the district staff, were transitioning to working from home, teleworking, the logistics dealing with that, and logistics of having people, scheduled to come in to review, to sign off on those evaluations and eventual permit took that extra approximately 4 weeks.
So if there was a 4-week delay that the district is aware of based on the timing of the permit, can you propose, do you know of what else would possibly extend the deadline for the flares commissioning?
Well, I'm no construction engineer, but obviously, yeah, when you have to possibly get contracts and maybe get permits from other government agencies, like the facility pointed out with the city, that there's potential delay in that respect.
Okay, is it within the district's knowledge as to what the most expeditious date that we could do set at this time, based on evidence you have?
It would be a guess on my behalf. As an engineer, you would think, given there's those type of potential delays, you would think it still would be somewhat linear if it took an extra approximately 4 weeks, maybe build in a little bit of a buffer, maybe 2 months. Again, it'd be all speculation on my behalf.
Okay, and so you heard the air quality inspector's testimony that we are still seeing some non-compliance just with the flare operating, but are there other aspects of the project, of the entire waste to energy project, that could be delayed if this flare commissioning date slips?
Again, every project's unique, but and again, I don't know if they're on same track as the flare, but I guess if they did the contract where it's supposed to be flare first, engine next, if there's a delay in the flare, then I guess there's a potential for delay in the engine. But again, I don't know if it's the same contractor. That kind of information I don't have.
And are you aware, as the district initially permitted this project, was this designed to permit just the flare, or was it dependent upon the entire project as a waste to energy facility?
As you point out there, the key is this is supposed to be a waste to energy project. The flares and the construction of the flare first is basically to eliminate, as the council had mentioned, dealing with not having these excursions from the 1400 degrees Fahrenheit permit limit. And so, but again, the key goal is to have this reciprocating IC engine to be the primary use of this digester gas that is produced at the facility.
Okay. So based on that, do you consider putting a finite deadline as a condition into the order that would be an enforceable deadline for the district as an essential component to make sure this project gets completed as it was initially conceived?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. That's all of the district's questions at this time.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
You want to ask Ms. McDonough?
Sorry?
You want to ask
Oh, I'm
council?
sorry, Mr. McDonough. I'm so sorry.
No, we don't have any questions for Mr. Nguyen at this time.
That's the second time I did that because, this Brady Bunch style thing throws me. Okay, board members, any questions for Mr. Nguyen? Mr. Balagopan?
Mr. Nguyen, have you been out to the facility?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you know what type of mitigation measures they've taken to reduce the number of days they are not meeting the limits?
Aside from what they spelled out in the compliance plan and was discussed in previous meetings dealing with the circulation of the flow, basically to keep that flow as constant as possible. Other than that, I don't know of any other mitigation measures.
Did you discuss with them different options to mitigation measures they should look into or they can take during this period?
Again, the idea obviously of this smaller flare was, again, a mitigation measure, if you want to call it that. Along that lines of whether you can put a reducer cap on the top of the stack, again essentially to somehow show or create a smaller profile and keep as much of the flow inside to let it incinerate within the flare. So again, along the lines of the concept of a smaller flare, that's about it.
In their respondents exhibit D, they're mentioning that they are using natural gas to assist the flare so that they can meet the temperature. So which is a mitigation measure. Now, do you know if they have done that, or is that a proposal with the flare that's going to be installed?
So now that you had mentioned it, I do recall that that was also discussed about running that gas line to the flare to again add additional BTUs to keep the temperature up.
Do you know if they've done that, or if that's for the proposed new?
I do not know whether that was done or not. I don't
There was
recall.
also in the first hearing, I think in one of the inspector's notes, that there was discussion about bringing a portable temporary thermal oxidizer to burn off the gas. Has there been any other discussion on that? But now we have seen a delay of several months due to unfortunate circumstances, and I know the permitting issue. But has that been discussed, or is that another option, or was it?
As you pointed out, it was discussed prior, but this go around, no, it was not.
Okay. Now there was also in the in the first hearing in the emails, I think Mr. Matt Easton mentioned that part of the problem they had was the inherent design of the flare system. So it's as the pressure builds up, it turns up the blower, and they don't have storage capacity on site. Do you know if they had proposed maybe modifying that, or is that do you have any information on that?
As I recall, the storage issue was, I believe, a city issue
What is true? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry. As I recall, it dealt with a city issue or ordinance. Their concern was explosivity. So that I think, as I recall, that was the issue why they could not have a storage tank to hold excess gas.
There was one more that was, the boiler. They were previously blending the biogas with the natural gas for the boilers, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, what's that?
Initially permitted that way, but if your line of questioning is to, I'll let you ask the question.
No, and I think what I saw in the petition was that they had some problems with the blending system, and that's why I think they discontinued. And also, I think the demand from the creamery for steam was gone. So they, but do you know if they have gone back, or was there a discussion with the respondent in looking at repairing the blending system so it supplements the fuel to the boilers?
The boilers have been, the permits have been revised for the boilers based on the facility's request to just go with 100% natural gas fired.
Oh, okay, so they've been modified then.
Correct.
Okay, and did you correct? There was an issue with the wording on the retention time in the permit before. Was that corrected?
Actually, it was correct. It was never incorrect. That's our standard wording that we use with flares, incinerators of that sort. It's that it's to say, you have to have that much time within the stack so that there is complete combustion.
How would an inspector verify that?
Not sure.
Okay,
I would defer.
no, that's all I had. Thank you.
Senator?
On the attachment A, the compliance schedule, you have the flares installed and commissioned the 25th of September 2020, assuming that you would be this 2020. But then on And D, he's saying that the flare installation and commission would be the 13th of January, 2021. Why is that difference?
I can't speak for the respondent, Senator, but based on what I've read from the respondent is that there are complications with getting the city permit as well as.
Unless you know, I don't think you should speculate based on what you think they'll
Yes.
say. We'll let them testify. But if you do know, please
No.
answer to your own experience and not.
I do not know.
That's a lot of slippage. It's key to the commissioning of the flare and the generators. Just thought I noted a lot of time delay, and there's no explanation for it.
We're going to hear from the witnesses for Ralph's after the district's witnesses. So hopefully they'll be able to explain their position at that time.
That's it.
I just want, maybe I missed this, but the permits that were already granted for the flare, does that also include the reciprocating engine, or are there additional permits that will need to be applied for and granted?
Separate.
Both the smaller flare and the reciprocating engine permits to construct were issued June 17th, 2020.
Okay, so there's no other permit from the AQMD that is necessary for the reciprocating engines to be installed and operated?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you. Do you know independently, and again, if you don't know, that's fine, how we would know, or how the district would know whether whether Ralph's is on track of the reciprocating engine? Are there any, aside from the AQMD permit, which has already, as you said, been granted, are there any other milestones that you know of that would indicate whether they're on track or not on track? Not that you
No.
know. Okay. Were you familiar with the, you were familiar with the initial compliance plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know whether a permit from the city of Compton was anticipated or required and built in somehow to that compliance plan?
There are no words within that compliance plan that deal with the city of Long. Yeah.
Thank you. Right. That was my observation as well. And also, just so we can be reminded, because in past hearings, and also as reflected, I believe, in the order as it stands, the understanding is that the flare that they're going to, the smaller flare, is meant to be in part a temporary solution until the reciprocating engine can be installed. Is that your knowledge or your understanding?
Yeah, yes, it is a temporary solution, but I guess the word temporary in this case has two meanings. Temporary in the sense that it's that mitigation or stopgap measure to keep the temperature up,
Mm-hmm.
but they will maintain and keep that flare on the permit for such situations in the future as well.
Yes,
If-
and sorry, I didn't mean to muddy those things, but it was your first answer that I wanted to be reminded of. And that is that it's the stopgap measure to ensure that while we have to wait till March 2020 for the reciprocating engine,
21,
this
correct.
smaller, 2021, this flare will, we lost this entire year. I don't know.
Yes.
But anyway, so that that this smaller flare is meant to bring us to that date with fewer, if any, times where we're below that, out of compliance
Correct.
with the temperature. Thank you. I think that was all my questions. Board members, any other questions? Okay. Oh, yes.
Mr. President, I just had a follow-up for Mr. Wynn. The engine that was permitted. So that engine will have to meet Rule 1110.2 limits
Yes, correct.
in the design specification from the manufacturer indicated that they will comply with those limits.
Yes.
Are they adding any add-on controls for those, or is it just inherent in the design of the engine? Do you know?
I have to double check, but I think there is. If you give me a moment, I can maybe pull up my copy of the permit and take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
And the reason I'm bringing that up is we have had facilities that had problems with meeting those limits with biogas. So I'm just, and we have facilities that had come before the board because they couldn't meet those limits, had to switch
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I pulled up the permit, and yes, they have proposed and we have permitted the addition of a selective catalytic reduction, an SCR system.
Okay, so it's a non-selective catalytic reduction.
Yes.
And and they do have a scrubber for H2S.
Yes, they've had that before. Yes, it's
Before.
still that wasn't part of this permitting action, but that was prior. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Any other witnesses? Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any other witnesses, Ms. Roberts?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Usually we would take our break at 10:15, but I think since we're naturally shifting to respondents' witnesses, let's take a 15-minute break now. It's what, 10:02? Well, let's just be back at 10:20. Does that work? Is that too long of a break? Okay, then let's take a break and we'll be back on at 10:20. For everyone who has not been on our hearings before remotely, and just as a reminder to everyone else, please do not leave the meeting. You might have trouble getting back on, but do make sure that if you haven't already, please mute your microphone. And if you want to turn off your camera, please do so as well. And we'll be back on at 10:20. We are off the record.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just waiting for everyone to filter back in. I see it's 10:20, so those of you who have not yet turned back on your cameras, you can do so, and I'll wait till everybody's present. Waiting for, I believe, respondents as well. I see all the board members are here. We're just waiting for Mr. McDonough. Okay, and also let me just make sure that Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, are you present? I don't see the clerks. Oh, yes, I think I see you in the corner there. Okay, great. You're muted, but that's okay. I see your.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. All right, so then we are back on the record, and we left off with Mr. McDonough. You were going to introduce your first witness for today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And we are going to introduce Mr. Eaton, Matt Eaton. Mr. Eaton, can you please explain, spell your name for the record, say and spell your name for the record, please?
Hello, name's Matthew Eaton, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, last name E-A-T-O-N.
And can confirm that you've read the stipulated abatement order filed with the hearing board as Exhibit C. And can you verify that everything in that report is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I can verify that, yes.
Can you verify the same thing with respect to Exhibit D, the South Coast AQMD Compliance Plan updated September 2020, that all of that is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And so not to rehash sort of why we're here, but if you could briefly recap for the board, can you explain the function of the digester that we're talking about today? What does it do?
So the digester is a organics processing unit. We divert our food waste from our retail stores to the Compton DC that has the digester on site. It digests the matter, producing gas, and it can be used for energy or, in our current instance, flared into our existing unit.
And why is it that a digester is environmentally beneficial? I mean, why do we want to operate a digester from an environmental perspective?
The flare's emissions are considerably low in comparison to throwing it in a landfill and letting methane, potentially off gas in the atmosphere there, or other outlets in transportation. It is a green initiative, this process.
Okay, and just to be clear, the flare that's attached to the digester, if this digester is operating correctly, that flare shouldn't be flaring all the time, is that right?
That is correct.
So the flare is basically a safety device that's there to combust excess gas when necessary.
Under original design, yes.
Right. So explain to us briefly again, since we talked about this in the first hearing, what were the problems that led to this order? Why did we agree with the district to build 2 more pieces of equipment and replace this flare?
The system itself, under initial design, and by the time it was fully installed, almost off the bat was over-designed. We needed to generate a lot more gas than we were able to, and that was due to a lot of good factors. More donations of food. The food banks were going out. Our Zero Waste, Zero Hunger initiative, just to reduce the amount of organic material that was being generated, directly impacted the flare and digester system harshly. So by the time it started operating effectively, it was already starting to be ineffective because we did not have enough gas to run our microturbines properly, and started to have issues with the existing flare, which is very large.
Yeah.
For the type.
So let me take that stepwise. So first you had an issue with the digester not producing the type of energy that could be used by your microturbines in those days. So therefore, you weren't able to use all the energy that was being output by the digester. Is that right?
That is correct. The microturbines were very limited in their variability of operating flow rates.
Okay, and then the second part of that, when gas can't be used to generate energy in the digester, there's only one other place for it to go. Is that right? And that's the flare?
That is correct. If it doesn't go to the microturbines, it goes to the flare, since we no longer blend anything with our boilers.
Okay, and so why in this case was the flare unable to properly handle that flow of gases and still run at 1400 degrees?
It needs a certain amount of minimum flow rate, and with operations being as low as they were and continue to be as low as they are, we're not meeting that minimum flow rate all the time.
Okay, and just to remind the board, we talked about this again in the first hearing, but on top of everything you just described to us, remind us again, you had issues with a number of faulty thermocouples that made it difficult for you to give accurate readings of the temperature of the flare?
We did. We had a number of thermocouple instances where they malfunctioned and did not alarm properly the operators of the system to even know that they were malfunctioning.
Okay, so what did Routes do to address all those problems?
We did replace and enhance thermocouples on the system. We actually installed an additional thermocouple very near a flow monitor, which is installed in the unit. We modified software, added alarms and controls to the system, also modified and tweaked, so to say, the blower speeds to allow as much gas to get to the flare as possible to try and limit those instances of low temperature.
And you also were in the you did permit and install a new stack flow monitor to keep close tabs on the temperature fluctuation?
That is correct. That has been installed.
And what is the result of all of those mitigation measures you described? What's been the result of all of that?
As of 2020, we're at 10% number of minutes out of compliance, so to say, under 1400.
Okay, so meaning those are the number of overall minutes in the days, weeks where you are below 1400 degrees Fahrenheit in the flare?
That is correct.
Yeah, and I just wanted to help clarify for the board, maybe you can help clarify in your testimony. You heard in the testimony from the district inspector, or I'm sorry, from Ms. Nguyen, that their data shows 19% of days with excursions. Explain how that number is different from the 10% of overall minutes that you just described.
Yeah, so what the district was viewing is that it could be 1 minute of a drop below 1400 degrees in that given day would trigger that entire day as being considered out of compliance, a 24-hour chunk. In reality, it has the 10% factor is what we're leaning on, is that it's 10% in a number of minutes in this 2020 year has been out of compliance.
So in other words, you may have a day that has excursions that are out of compliance, but within that day, the number of excursions, the number of minutes with excursions might have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, not 24 hours.
That's correct. It could have been a technical startup or shutdown as well during that time frame. Yes.
I just want Mr. McDonough,
you talked about going from a total number.
He couldn't hear you. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. McDonough, I just wanted to correct the record for just a very technical correction. I think it was Mr. Inspector Balyot, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who testified with regard to the percentage of days and how many days out of compliance.
Okay,
Just
I
to
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I should just stop now and ask, are you getting any echo?
Very little, very
Okay.
little. And if, are you in the same room? Is that?
We are, and what I'll do is I will mute myself when I'm not talking, and Matt will do the same thing.
I think also, I think the one thing you could do is once a question is asked, if you could just pause for a second and then respond, because you're dropping the first words because it's still on.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Those two things.
So again, let's go back to your testimony on the fact that you're down to 10% of all minutes with low flare temperature for any reason. What were those number of out of compliance minutes in July?
In July, it was 0. We had a great month. Not 1 minute was out of compliance.
And is this consistent with the progress you've seen with all of these mitigation measures over the past few months? You've seen a steady decline in the amount of minutes out of compliance?
We are. We did have a slight uptick in August, and that was due to low compost feed coming in. Sometimes the food waste just isn't there, unfortunately.
And to be clear, your interim measures, while very effective, are they intended to fully eliminate the idea of having low temperature excursions, or is that what we need to do the additional work for?
That was the decision why we did need to put in the low flare. We have tweaked the existing flaring system as far as we can. We're at our end on how much we can limit these low temperature issues.
Okay, so let's talk now about the two other pieces of work, the new flare and the new reciprocating engine. So you're installing a new smaller flare. Why small? What does that do for you in this situation?
The smaller flare will allow us to run the low amount of gas that we're currently seeing, even to an excessively lower volume, therefore eliminating any real need to ever have a low temperature scenario again. Keeping the existing large flare would be re-permitted to be exclusively an emergency unit. It can combust a lot higher volumes if we do see that down the line.
Right.
So with that, coupled with the reciprocating generator to produce energy once again on the site, it gives a lot of variability back into the system where we didn't have it before. There will be a natural gas blending skid in line with the reciprocating generator, allowing that to fluctuate up and down considerably to allow us to keep producing energy.
Right, and just so it's clear for the board, the addition of the smaller flare, that is not to replace the larger flare, but to be added to the existing larger flare. So at the end of this work, you will have two flares that are capable of handling the gas, is that right?
That is correct. The small flare will be permitted as an operational unit, and the large flare will transition to an emergency only redundant system for compliance purposes.
Okay, so let's talk about the delays that have happened since our last hearing in April. So take us through the timeline. On June 24th is roughly when the district, when Ralph's receives the district's permit to construct for the engine and the flare, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then what happens in your timeline following the receipt of those permits?
The 24th, we receive and get the permits spread out internally. On the 25th, we issue a purchase order to our vendors to progress the small flare.
Okay. Now, in attachment A to the district's exhibit 12, which is also the compliance plan that Ralph's previously submitted, the estimate was that the flare would be installed and operational by September 25th. Is that right?
That is correct.
And now we believe that that schedule is pushed to January 13th of 2021.
That is correct where we're sitting at the moment.
And what is the reason for that delay?
There was a number of delays, and I'll go through those at the moment. We had the initial delay from getting the permits issued from the AQMD, which we have discussed. That contributed 4 to 5 weeks of unexpected time. In addition, the vendors were adding another approximate 10 days longer in issuing drawings. And those drawings then have to go to the city of Compton and reviewed by our own internal engineers, and all these factors can contribute to these delays. Let's see. Fabrication delays were also issued to us from the vendor. I don't have exact reasoning for their delays. I can only assume it's related to the current climate of conditions with the United States.
So just to recap, the delays you're describing are the delay in receiving the district permits, the delay in receiving the vendor's approval drawings, and the delay the vendor informed you of on flare fabrication for 14 to 17 weeks.
Right, there was an additional 3 weeks added to the vendor fabrication.
Right. And with respect to these types of delays, so delays from the city of Compton and delays from the vendor, does Ralph's have the power to enforce deadlines with respect to those two actors hitting certain dates?
Unfortunately not. We're at the mercy of these vendors and the city at this point.
And has the city of Compton been in contact with you about when to anticipate receiving a building permit?
They have. At this point, they are estimating by the end of October that we'll be receiving the building permit.
Is that a sort of optimistic scenario, pessimistic scenario? Where does that stand?
It's optimistic, but it's built in with a little cushion, I think, on their end. I can't speak exactly for them, but they are fairly certain end of October.
Okay, and if they have delays on their part, again, Ralph's has no ability to force them to go faster.
That's correct.
So assuming that, let's assume for sake of argument that there's no delays from the city of Compton, when is the earliest you would expect flare commissioning first operation could happen in a best case scenario?
If we were to receive the city building permits by end of October, physical construction and installation work is going to take 5 to 6 weeks. And that would put us at early December, around December 13th, I believe, December 10th, something like that. Best case scenario. That's why we have put January 13th as including a slight buffer to make sure we get everything installed, source tested, commissioned, and ready to roll.
Right. So what kinds of delays could happen in that December to January period? You know, I guess what I'm getting at is why not make the deadline December instead of January? What are you providing for in that extra 4 weeks?
Well, that does provide any slight delays from the city as well. If they go over their end of October estimate and unforeseen variables with a big installation like this, there's always something, unfortunately, that does come up. We're also throwing in a weeks-long chunk for the vacation holiday break, which most vendors are closed during that time frame.
So you've also heard in testimony from the district or from district council that there's a proposal to return to the board to report further on progress on January 7th, 2021. Is that a date that Ralph's would be amenable to return to the board to report?
That is correct.
Let me just conclude by saying in the interim between now and January, would you plan to continue all of your mitigation measures to ensure minimal excursions on temperature in the flare?
That is correct. We will continue.
And you continue to follow the compliance plan as you proposed in Exhibit D?
That is correct.
And you would also commit to keep the district fully apprised of your progress throughout and respond to any information requests?
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Eaton. I want to walk through a couple of things that you had in your testimony. So I want to start firstly with the compliance, and I appreciate your clarification of those percentage time periods, but I just want to make sure when you're saying that you had a 10% non-compliance for the year to date so far, you stated that was a compliance based on the number of minutes. That's your baseline is the total number of minutes?
That is correct. Based on our submittals to the AQMD on a monthly basis, the data provided is all on a minute basis.
Okay, so when Mr. Baliat, the air quality inspector for the district, testified as to specifically to August 2020 data that he had looked at, he counted 6 days of non-compliance for the month of August. Do you dispute that, or is that a correct? Do you agree with that statement?
I agree with Mr. Baliat that it was 6 days of non-compliance. The 10% that we discussed was on a 2020 basis. I did not compute the percent of minutes for August, but it definitely wasn't 6 full days of minutes worth of non-compliance during that month.
So would it be fair to characterize to say that your statement, the 10%, is really looking towards total minutes out of the total minutes operated, whereas Mr. Baliat was looking at non-compliance with the strict limits that are actually in your permit?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And so I do want to kind of jump ahead, and I appreciate also that you gave us kind of a little bit of a rundown of the steps necessary and remaining for getting this flare. Both Mr. Baliat and Mr. Nguyen for the district testified that they did not have personal knowledge of all of these remaining steps. Did you compile or list or give these an itemization of these steps to any other personnel at the district?
I believe a schedule was shared. To the extent of that schedule, that did not come from my desk, so I can't say exactly what was on it.
Do you know the person with whom that was shared?
Well, it would have definitely come across David Chen's desk. He was the original inspector.
Okay. So looking at the schedule that you've testified to, so if we count from the initial proposed date was September 25th, and we look at the new proposed date from the respondent, January 13th, that's roughly 16 weeks of difference. And so the inspector, or I'm sorry, Mr. Nguyen, the permit engineer testified that approximately 4 weeks of that delay come from the delay in issuance from South Coast AQMD's permit. And so you stated also that the vendor, and I added 10 days for the drawing, is that correct?
Yeah, for the drawings, it did slow it down by another 10 days. And that was to get the drawings and everything properly to the district. I'm sorry, to the city of Compton for review.
Okay, and so that gets us to approximately a little under 10 weeks. And then you stated that there was an additional fabrication delay of 3 weeks.
Correct. It was originally 14 weeks from the vendor on the flare itself, and they responded with a 17-week time frame, so an additional 3 weeks there.
Okay, and you stated you don't have direct knowledge as to why or what caused that 3-week delay.
I would only be assuming, but I could reference most likely a COVID situation.
Okay, so if we assume that 3 weeks, that gets us to about 7 weeks that are as yet unexplained. And you said some of that was to kind of build in what you called a buffer for. Right. So is all 7 weeks of that a buffer? What
really we're leaning on at this point is that the city of Compton has conveyed to us that they're looking at the end of October as the issuance of the permits to construct, I mean, the building permits. And with that in mind, it then takes 5 to 6 weeks of physical construction of the unit, is why we're looking at a mid-early December best case scenario. So really the buffer that we're asking for is approximately 3 to 4 weeks. And that includes a week of vacation with the holiday break.
Okay. So given that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that all of these steps are linear, meaning none of them can be concurrent. Is that accurate?
Not all of them. The vendor is still fabricating the unit while the city is reviewing the plans.
Okay. So how much of this remaining schedule would you say is in the control of your facility, of Ralph's?
At this point, it is the physical construction timeframe, the 5 to 6 weeks. And that all is a pivot on when the city of Compton issues building permits.
Okay. And when did you first apply for the city building permit from the city of Compton?
I do not have that date in front of me at the moment. I do know that they have the permits or the applications for the building permits at the moment. Okay.
Was that application submitted to the city, was that dependent on any prior steps like that you were?
Yes, that was dependent on the physical drawings and engineering review.
Okay. So the engineering, I'm just trying to go a little bit further backwards. When was the engineering drawing dependent upon?
I don't have that exact information. Now, we didn't want to move too far forward with engineering drawings and added details until we had approval from the AQMD on the initial application. So if we have to go back and tweak something, didn't quite satisfy AQMD requirements, we would have had to gone back to the drawing board, so to say. So that more or less was the first big hurdle for getting that.
So assuming you said the best case scenario was early December, but and you're asking for kind of mid-January. What's the worst case scenario that you think is possible?
I mean, the worst case was if we have some random unexpected delays that we have to come back again and exceed January 13th. By building in this buffer, we feel very optimistic that we can meet that January 13th deadline, knowing current conditions and current possible delays that are out there.
So is there a scenario that pushes out not just the flare commissioning deadline, but that might also potentially extend into the reciprocating engine commissioning, which still right now is scheduled for March of 2021?
Aside from any, say, personal injuries during construction, it's obviously there's going to be cranes involved, any catastrophes along those lines. I can't say anything specifically that would do it at this time. The January 13th, we're feeling very confident about that.
Okay. And so other than the city permit, are we still waiting for the completion of fabrication from the vendor, or has that already been concluded?
That has not been concluded. They're still in process.
So is that, do we have
Sorry,
an
go ahead.
expected deadline for that?
We expect to have the physical flare ready to go by the time we have the city permit by end of October.
Has that been some commitment or contract you have with the vendor, or is that just informal communication and expectation?
There's ongoing communications with the vendor through our engineering staff, and to my best of knowledge, that is an accurate time frame that we should be ready to go by the time the city approves our building plans.
Okay. Is there any other additional building permits or any other permitting steps that would be required for the rest of the project, basically, after this flare itself?
There would be the same component of building plans for the reciprocating engine. At this point, we are still very firm on the March deadline to getting that installed. Everything's progressing appropriately there.
So if I could ask for just a little bit of a status on that, is that currently in fabrication, in drawings? Where's
I would say, I believe at the moment it's in drawing stage. The unit itself was, I think it was an 8 to 10 month lead time upon initial purchase order issuance, which was the same time frame as June 25th. So that's why we're still pretty on par for where we're going to be in March.
And does the city of Compton require an additional building permit for that specific engine?
They do.
And has that been applied for already?
I don't believe that one has, but we still have plenty of time, and we're pushing to get all those drawings done, issued, and sent in.
You say you have plenty of, when did you apply for the building permit for the flare?
That I didn't have the exact date. I didn't have
But
that.
it was sometime after June when
It was after the issuance of the AQMD permit, the issuance of the drawings that had to wait until we had approval from the AQMD permit. And
So that's been roughly 4 months that you're expecting a processing for the city permit for the flare? So you're not expecting it till the end of October, is that right?
that's where they're informing us at this point, is that it is an end of October deadline.
So what I'm getting at is I don't want to be back here at a January status hearing and saying, you know, obviously no one here has control over the city of Compton, but we want to give them as much lead time as necessary. If there is also going to be a delay in that building permit,
Right.
Is it possible to move up the normal application time for the reciprocating engine? Is there any steps you're waiting?
I know in conversations with our engineering vendors that they are taking into account these delays from the city for this unit. And I've already factored that into the process for the reciprocating engine. The lead time itself for that reciprocating engine being 8 to 12 months did give us a lot of time to get all of these permits lined out.
I'm sorry, you said 8 to 12 months? Because before you said 8 to 10 months.
I'm sorry, 8 to 10 months. I didn't mean to. There was just a lot of lead time with the purchase order issuance and when we actually get the item for the reciprocating engine. The flare itself was a lot shorter.
Okay, so as proposed, did you have a chance to review the district's proposed finding and decision that was submitted and has been entered as Exhibit 12?
I did.
And so are you familiar with you noted that you were amenable to the condition seeking an additional status hearing January 7th?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so one of the statements in that proposed for the January status hearing was a report on the reciprocating engine and a commitment that all necessary permits had been obtained. Is that, based on what you're telling me, is it possible that we are going to be back here before the board in January and you're going to, your facility is going to say that the building permit is not yet obtained?
I can't speak specifically to when the city of Compton will issue that building permit. Looking at the time frame, January 7th to March, I can't remember the exact date. In March, we did specify for the full commissioning of that unit. They could not be done with the building permit as of yet. It's not my expertise, unfortunately, with those gentlemen, how long they take.
Okay. If that is, assuming the hearing board does in fact order that, requiring a report that all necessary permits had been obtained, is it possible, if you applied for a permit now, to expect that the city of Compton would actually issue that permit before January?
I'm not exactly certain where the status is of the drawing and engineering design on those units are to know how long they're going to take the review. So that's something I can't answer at the moment.
Okay. I think that's all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Did you testify that you do not know when you submitted the application to the city of Compton for the permit?
For the flare or for the engine?
For the flare.
I don't have the exact date, no. I know they have been submitted.
Do you know approximately when?
Do we have that Gantt chart?
We can look it up. I mean, if you continue, I'll look it up.
We're going to look that up in the background.
Okay, it's important
Information
to me.
is somewhere.
And is it possible to submit to the city of Compton expedited processing?
I believe we did.
Okay, if you can.
Everybody's
also
been
confirm.
on the gas pedal, so to say, for this entire project, and we're at the mercy of how fast we can go with the vendors in the city.
Okay, but I want to just confirm the date that you
Yes.
that you applied and that you did submit for any expedited processing that was available. So from hearing your testimony in response to Ms. Roberts' questions, it sounds like, so you had built into this delay amount, you had the 4 to 5 week delay for the district's permitting delay, and then you had 10 days for the drawings and 3 weeks for the fabrication. But all of that is, you had indicated that all of that is going on at the same time as whatever delay is at the city of Compton. And so you assume, just want to make sure I understand this, you're assuming that you're going to be receiving around, because based on this October date that was given to you by the city of Compton, that you will both have the fabricated flare in hand as well as the permit from Compton at the same time. Is that so those delays are in tandem, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then you anticipate 5 to 6 weeks from then, is that correct?
Of physical installation and commissioning, yes.
Physical installation and commissioning. So that brings you maybe mid November, is that correct?
Mid-December, because we're looking at a late October for.
Oh, sorry, late October. Okay, mid-December. Okay, and that's their best case scenario.
At this point, that's what they've conveyed to us.
Okay. I asked questions, and I think you were present. I asked questions of both of the district witnesses with regard to the original compliance plan that was submitted by Ralph's. Do you know the reason why there was no indication that additional permits were required by the city of Compton, or at all mentioned on the timeline?
It would be a guess on my part, unfortunately, but I could say it was assumed that we would not have any major interruptions from the city of Compton, and it was built into the lead time of actually obtaining the equipment.
When did you originally expect that you would receive a permit from the city of Compton?
Definitely wasn't going to be in October. I think we anticipated the main obstacle would be physically obtaining the equipment. And if we said our original installation date was September 25th, we would have gotten our equipment 5 to 6 weeks prior to that.
Okay.
And the city permit would have already been issued.
I can't count the number of matters that we have heard where the holdup is in the city permitting someplace. So it's concerning, or kind of a red flag to me, that it was not, we heard this matter in January. We didn't have any timeline presented to us at that time, and that was understandable. Then we heard it on consent in April, and this timeline was presented to us with no indication that there would be a possibility of all the things that are delaying. And I just want to understand that. So the answer is Ralph just did not think any of these things would be an issue. And so we were well into COVID. That wasn't a consideration either.
The city permit obtaining was in our original game plan. What we didn't anticipate was the other delays, the unfortunate 5 weeks from the district, 4 weeks from the district, and the drawings take an additional time frame too. Those contributed to maybe some other entities got in front of us on the expedited list with the city. I can't speak specifically to how the city is now taking as long as they are, but no, it's unfortunately the big obstacle at the moment.
Okay. Moving for a minute onto the reciprocating engine, which has always had this March date, end of March date in 2021. And you're saying it's still on track. And I'm trying to understand how you think it's on track, what indications there are. So I want to start first by saying, did I understand your testimony was that at the end of June, when you issued the PO for the flare, you also issued the PO at that time for the reciprocating engine?
That's correct.
Okay, and it has an 8 to 10 month lead time?
I do believe so. They're not on the shelf, so to say. They have to fabricate from scratch.
Okay, 10 months takes us to the end of next April. Okay, I would assume then that there are also installation time for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, what is the installation time of that?
It should be not as long as the flare itself, because they do have it more or less delivered as a package. They crane it in and drop it in, and the piping work will already be under construction prior to that existing unit getting delivered, or that unit getting fully delivered.
Okay. So March is not, okay, assuming it's 8 months, and then you assume the additional time, March is pretty tight. Is that your understanding?
It would be, see, what we can control is the construction aspect of it, and knowing that if we stay on pace with the physical manufacturing of the unit, which they tell us they are, March should be very doable, end of March with that unit.
Okay. What else is included in that? In that you're on track. I'm sorry, did you say that you have already applied, or you have not already? Because you don't have drawn. Wait, have you applied for the city of Compton?
We're verifying that,
Okay.
if and when we got that permit application for those units in.
Okay. and also that whether it was expedited or not.
Right.
We have that, and we're not sure how long that might take. I'm also seeing on the Southern California Edison interconnection agreement. Has there been any progress on that?
There's been progress on a lot of different variables on that original list. I don't have exact updates, unfortunately, today in relation to those. I know that I haven't been notified that there's any foreseeable or significant delays with that reciprocating generator.
When you've been dealing with, or have you been dealing with the city of Compton on the flare?
Personally, I have not.
You have not. Are you in personal contact with those who are dealing directly?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We calls weekly.
Can you say whether they, whether Ralph's has been, have they requested, the city of Compton requested information from you, additional information aside from the drawings?
Not at this time. There is always that potential that they will.
Okay.
And, that kind of lays into why we did request a little bit of a buffer from optimal situation early December to January 13th.
Okay.
When you're ready, I think I have the date.
You have that, I hear Mr. McDonough, do you have the?
Okay, what was the date?
Yeah, maybe you can put us on mute for a second. I think we have your date. I just want to confirm with the witness.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, yes, why don't we take a moment for you to confer?
Mr. McDonough's muted.
Yeah, they're taught, I believe they're taking some time to confer with each other.
When they're done, I do have a question, Julie.
Okay. I'm just making sure I don't have any other questions, and then I'll turn it to you.
And we're back. Apologize.
Okay, so did you have dates and more information?
As far as when city plans will be submitted for the reciprocating engine, we have it currently scheduled for early December, 12/3.
I'm sorry, the plans or?
The applications for the city permits, building permits.
Okay, and why why early December? Why not?
Early December for those units, it depended on how long it took to get they call it the 30, 60, 90% design drawings, how far along they are with the design drawings. And the way the vendor's conveying is that 12/3 will be where we'll get the 90% to submit.
Okay.
For the engine.
Okay. Did you have a date for when the application to the city of Compton was submitted for the flare?
I don't have specifics on that, unfortunately. We did have originally scheduled by September 15th of this month, but since I have a note letting me know that we've already been notified of a late October turnaround time, for them, that they've already got them.
Okay, I'm sorry. You originally were planning to first submit the application September 15th?
That was where our most recent schedule was showing based on the delays we've already experienced, was September 15th to have the designs applications sent in to the city. But since I have on my notes here that end of October is the estimate from the city of Compton.
Okay.
They already have.
When you first submitted the proposed compliance plan, the original compliance plan with the September 25th, 2020 date for the flare being installed and commissioned, when did you anticipate that you would be applying for a permit to the city of Compton?
Do we have that original version?
You guys may have it, and we would have to look it up.
That would have to be another lookup, unfortunately, with the vendor and the engineer that we're using. That's an original version. Unfortunately, we were looking off the most recent version of the schedule.
Okay, because then the reason I'm trying to understand how much delay actually did occur before you said 10 days delay from the drawings, and of course the 4 to 5 week delay from the district. So I just want to understand what you had built in, since we were not apprised and the district was not apprised of this whole permitting process being part of the compliance plan. All right, well, I'll wait for that, and if that can be found, please. Another question. Oh, did you ask for expedited review? Was that a possibility?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you request expedited processing, and was that a possibility?
I don't have a note if they did or not. I know that that was originally discussed and agreed upon with our vendors that they would.
Oh, they request.
Yes, they are submitting the plans to the city that they would be submitting it under an expedited order or an expedited request.
But you don't know if that happened.
I do not.
And my final question, and then I'm going to turn it to Ms. Verdugo Peralta, is when the inspector was testifying, he said that he did not always receive for every month estimated VOC emissions. Do you know why those were not submitted?
The data would be existing somewhere. It must have just been in the file transfer. A piece of them did not make it. We did never receive any requests back that they were missing. We would, of course, be willing to provide them. That data does not go anywhere. We have it.
Okay, so if this now becomes part of the actual order, which unfortunately was not originally, would that missing data go missing again? Or will you make sure that when the order says to provide monthly flare process data reports that include estimated VOC emissions, that they would be included?
I can ensure that, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Eaton, can you explain what the SCE interconnection is going to involve?
The Southern California Edison, it's really an agreed upon use of our energy being produced on the site. We're going to have the reciprocating engine, and it's going to be producing electricity to be used by our facility close off, but it does, when you produce energy, get dumped, so to say, onto a grid. And it's an open flowing grid of energy, and they are owners of that grid. So we have to have an agreement with them in place.
I've got solar, so I know what you're talking about. But my question is going to come more about the actual site. Are you going to require electricity for that site where all of this work is going on?
Yes, it does take energy to run.
Okay, so are you going to have to, or let me ask a better question. Is Edison going to have to lay any underground cable or overhead wire, to whether that's setting a meter? Is that going to be part of this scenario?
We might get a new meter, but
Yes.
the existing piping wiring is already in existence because we had
Okay.
the micro turbines for energy production already installed.
I hate to tell you this, but that's going to add more time for you to get building and safety from the city to approve where that meter is going to be, how large that meter is going to be, and to make sure that the transformer that's there locally is going to be able to handle the load. And that's going to take you possibly anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks, depending upon what their backload is at Edison. And then they have to go to the city and get another approval, which takes another couple of weeks, 10 days, 10 business days. Have you incorporated that amount of time into this scenario?
To my understanding, that is included in the original late March deadline for the engine.
'Cause I don't really see that layout and that that explanation of what steps are going to have to be taken to get to that point.
Right. I do believe the schedule and estimates that we did submit to the AQMD did not have the extreme level of detail that our internal schedule does or that our vendors are using. We would be amicable to providing a revised estimate for the engine, including more details along those lines.
I think that's going to have to be something that we ask for, because that could involve additional time. Most likely.
I just made a note to make sure we get on schedule with that, make sure we have a broader, beefier schedule for the engine delivery.
Well, and for making sure that you have electricity there, and making sure if you're going to have to set a meter, or Edison's going to have to set a meter there, that you're going to allow for that amount of time, because that has to go through the service planning department, and they have to come back out to the field and approve that, and then they have to submit all of that to building and safety.
Right. I can't speak specifically if our vendors and engineers haven't already put that specifically into the plan. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but we're sure paying them a lot to do it right and get it done fast.
Well, I think we need to know that, because that is going, like I said, it's going to incorporate a minimum of anywhere from 2 weeks would be quick. 3 weeks maybe, but with COVID still occurring and not everybody at the service center, let's say, and some of them are working remotely, it's going to take possibly even longer.
I mean, obviously we want to alleviate any potential concerns on delays with this engine. And to the best of my knowledge, we have a schedule in place that is fairly accurate and does have buffers in place for these types of delays or added steps. And I think we'll be very willing to provide a more detailed schedule related to that.
I would request that, yes. Thank you.
No problem.
Board members, other questions? Dr. Bernstein.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Eaton, you may have clarified this, but I just want to make sure. When was the last time you had any contact with the planning department?
You cut out there for a little bit. Is it me?
You
When
cut
was
it.
the last time that you had any contact with City of Compton regarding these permits?
It would have been within the last week in preparation for this.
Okay, and so what is the greatest news from Compton with regard to the permitting process?
It was actually how we generated our little line out for today was end of October for the approval of the city plans.
Can I just ask, I want to be clear because we don't have a date yet, but Dr. Bernstein's question was, when was the last contact? But did you not say that your estimated date of when you were supposed to be first filing with them for an application was September 15th?
That was based on a scheduled Gantt chart, so to say, is what it was listing was September 15th.
So I'm sorry to jump in on Dr. Bernstein's question, but was your last contact your only contact?
With the city, I have not been in communication with the city, so I don't know exactly. All I know is that the end of October timeframe came from our vendor stating that the city has informed them that's how long it's going to take to review the application and issue the permits.
Sorry, Dr. Bernstein, did you have additional questions?
No, no, thank you. Not at this time.
Board members, other questions?
I do have.
Colin?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Eaton, how long have you been with Ralph Groceries
With Ralph Grocery, 3 years now.
at this location?
Yes, with this, under this role in this location, I have many years
You didn't
experience
give
elsewhere.
your job title. Could you state what's your job title at Ralph
I'm
Groceries?
yes, sorry. I'm the Southwest Regional Environmental Compliance Manager.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I think you gave a brief summary of the digester and the fact that it was over-designed. I think you failed to mention, which that was in the petition which we got in January, that initially I think you were receiving, besides produce, your meat and dairy products, and then due to the incident you had in 2014, I believe, you stopped putting meat and dairy products into the digester, and that has reduced the gas flow. Is that correct?
That was definitely part of it. The meat and dairy production was very volatile in the system, not allowing us to run it consistently. And the microturbines themselves need a very consistent amount of gas, and the up and downs caused some heartache on those pieces of equipment, to say the least.
So the microturbines are no longer in service. Are they still on site, or they've been removed?
They have been removed. They are no longer on site.
And I think Mr. Wynn mentioned that the boilers have been re-permitted to say that you're not blending with the biogas, correct?
That's correct. We had issues with the blending on that as well because of the inconsistencies of the quality of gas for that blend. So it never quite worked right for the boilers either, unfortunately.
I just wanted to sort of go over the same question I probably did ask Mr. Wynn, and because you did look at bringing a portable unit, and what was the reason? I mean, you looked at it. What was the reason, to refresh my memory, why that was discounted?
I believe it was lead time and availability. And even if we brought on a rental unit to be used for operations sake, since we are a reclaimed facility, we'd have to permit that unit, and that also takes time, unfortunately, to get it on site. Now, I do believe that we decided in the end the best course of action would be to move forward with the smaller flare, because it's also a benefit and enhancement to the system as well.
Okay. Let's see. Now, your design does not allow for any storage. Is that something you discussed with the city to see if that can be modified or anything like that, or is that they're adamant on that storage of the gas on site?
To my understanding, that topic has not been reapproached with the city due to how adamant they were and how much fight we put in under original construction. And I don't have the exact reasoning for why. I think it was just really due to proximity to the freeway and proximity to other buildings. We are kind of nestled in here fairly close to some other people.
Okay, thank you. I think in Exhibit D, it talked about adding natural gas to supplement the fuel to keep the temperature and so that you can maintain 1400 degrees. And is that in place now for the existing flare, or is that proposed only when you have the smaller flare in place?
That will be installed for when we have the smaller flare and the engine.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To my understanding, we would not be adding it to the large flare.
And the reason for that?
The large flare will serve as an emergency unit We can technically run the smaller flare and larger flare at the exact same time if needed, but based on the size and scope of what type of gas situations we'd be in, it didn't appear to be a necessity. That's what the engineers were telling me.
But that's the future, though. I'm just trying to see what other mitigation measures that you can apply, because now your project has been delayed several months now. So are there any other mitigation measures that you can revisit to ensure, that the temperature is maintained as much as possible, 1400 degrees?
Currently, we've manipulated the existing system as much as can be manipulated. And we're seeing a great reduction in the number of minutes on any given month, any given year. 10% obviously is still not 0%. The goal, of course, is to always be 0% non-compliance, but it is a considerable drop from where we started. So we're pleased in that, but we're not done. We're still attempting to tweak and fine tune the system as much as possible, but we're nearing the end of our abilities to do so the way it sits.
And you're not looking at, has the feed with the COVID crisis, and so has the feed changed?
It has gone up and down depending on the month. Sometimes there's big food rushes, perishable items, bad news comes in and people get back out there and it's all gone. So we see a big drop in our compost, so to say, of what we can get back to the digester. And other times it's steady. So it's still very variable on any given day of how much we get in. And that's why we've instituted controls and processes to try and meter in 18 gallons per minute of product to try and at least maintain a steady rate to allow that temperature to hit 1400 all the time. When it drops below and we can't hit that 18 gallons per minute based on no compost, so to say, then you run into those few days like in August, beginning of August, where we had 3 days in a row of low compost is what we noted there. That means there was something going on. We weren't getting enough organic matter back to the facility to feed the digester.
So have you given, I'm sorry, should let you finish that. I'm sorry, interrupting.
No, I was just saying that's what would result in low temperature is no feed, not enough to run the digester. Not enough.
So have you gone back to reconsider adding milk and meat?
We have the existing vendor Divert that we use is unfortunately still in the process of establishing with current contracts with these existing vendors, taking the meat, taking the dairy, that we can take it back. Contracts unfortunately do exist that they're using it for their own purposes. And we're trying to get it back in the system. And we have to kind of play that game. Unfortunately, let the contracts run out, make sure we can take it back appropriately.
So you may be taking back if possible, because that will
our goal is to increase the biogas generation of this facility quite a bit in the long run. So that's why we've installed a larger reciprocating engine, or will be installing a larger reciprocating engine that can handle the low end and the high end theoretically of what we can generate by bringing back in meat, increasing produce, increasing outside sources, which to my understanding is still very much so on the table, and we're moving forward with those plans to make that happen.
On the engine, and you have, I'm assuming, vendor guarantees that it'll meet all the emission standards required by the South Coast AQMD?
They have reviewed the standards and they have confirmed that we can meet the...
Have they also taken analysis, or have you provided analysis of your gas stream to them?
Yes, they would not verify that they could until they saw samples of our biogas.
I see. Okay. Because you do still have H2S and ammonia in your stream, correct?
Very little ammonia, but yes, H2S.
And you're treating for H2S?
Correct.
Right. Okay. I think one of the questions I asked of the inspector, and he didn't have the data because I think it was not provided, was the VOC emission. Do you have an estimate of monthly or daily VOC emissions? Any month, if you have any data on that.
Let me pull up the August emission really quick, what I sent to Mr. Baluat. Just give me one moment.
Okay.
It's loading right now. I do apologize.
And while you're at it, actually, also, can you pull the flow data? I just wanted to get an average number.
Yes, that should be on here once it gets started. Come on. All right, so it appears for August, total August VOC emissions are estimated at 99.8 pounds of VOC. And flow rate, let me see this. Flare flow. Are you looking for total flow or just average?
An average flow, because you're designed for switching between the small and the large flares based on 150 CFM.
Okay.
So I was just trying to get an idea.
Average flow rate. So you're talking biogas flow. Sorry, I was looking at.
Yes, biogas. Yeah.
Was 134.
134.
Yes, and that also includes any downtime or no gas running to it or anything like that in that month. But if I'm looking at just quick perusal of any given day when it's operating normally, we're looking like we're sitting around 150.
150. Okay.
Yeah. I hope that answered that question for you.
Okay. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I've got no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Yes, Senator.
The anticipated date for the permits to construct was May 19, 2020. And it was not granted until June 17, 2020. That triggered a long delay, and why?
Well, what we've attempted to convey in the testimony was that it's not a one-to-one. Whatever delay we had in the beginning, it did have a bit of a trickle effect and other variables with our other vendors. The 4-week delay with the AQMD is just one thing. We did have the 10-day delay on the drawings, which then impacts any possible delays and slowing on our end to you. And then we had 3-week delay additional for fabrication and other items along those lines. Really, the here is the end of October deadline that the city of Compton has given us to get those drawings. We need, or get the permits. We're going to have the equipment by that time frame. As soon as we get those permits, we can go ahead and start installing the units.
Did you need drawings for the generator?
Yes, and those will be.
Did you need drawings for air permit for applications submitted? You
needed a form of drawings or rough design to submit for AQMD applications, yes.
What about design build contract selected? You need drawings for that?
For the design builder, they would be
selected.
Well, it's all part of getting to that 30%, 60%, and 90% complete drawing. Once you have the 90%, you submit to the city.
But you have milestones here, and you give dates. Generator March 4th, 2020. Air permit application March 20th, 2020, etc. Selected 6/2020. Were any reason why you should have delayed if you have already established those dates as target dates, a milestone. Is that correct?
That was the original estimates. I don't provide an updated.
That's most recent. I got that the other day. How would those dates slip, and to what extent would they slip?
I don't know if we submitted that schedule recently to you.
He's probably talking, he may be talking about exhibit.
Are you talking about Exhibit D, sir?
Yeah.
So these dates aren't really slipping. These are the actual dates where they have occurred. What we're really trying to line out here is where we're at in the process with the city. And the city is telling us October, late October is when we're going to have our approved building permit.
These engineering drawings, construction, or the things you talked about as the delayed project. And these are not part of it. These
No,
milestones.
we didn't list out in this Exhibit D as much detail as it appears you would like for the delay in drawings, but delays there too.
Have you read the order today? Where we have respondent shall take all necessary, all measures listed in the compliance plan?
Yes, sir.
You know all those, you know what they are?
All the measures to, yes, I have.
Respondent shall complete the installation and commissioning of the new flare on a certain date. You know what that date is now? You estimate it?
Our estimated date, we're asking for January 13th, 2020.
That blank, Senator, is what we're getting to in this
I
hearing.
understand that. I'm asking him what he should know by now. We're getting to it.
Okay, right. I'm saying the district is asking for a different date.
I understand, but he's the one making, he's testifying. He's preparing the dates.
No, okay. I'm just telling you that's where we're
I
getting.
know you should be preparing the date. That's why I'm asking the question.
The January 13th timeline, we are very comfortable with that date, and we do feel we can meet that for the small flare install.
And the generator?
Generator is still March 26th, 22nd? 26th, March 26th of 2021.
So you've had a lot of questions to ask of you, and a lot of things you say, I don't know, I can check it out. And this, in my view, not much of a status report if you don't know that much. You can't answer the questions of it, which to me are simple if you work in that environment for a long period of time, and you have. You familiar with the milestones and bar charts?
We are running from a Gantt
Are you
chart.
familiar with that?
Yes, milestones.
Okay. Well, you floated a lot of dates and times and schedule from one questioner to the other, and it's difficult to follow for start and completion of the project. I'm not going to pay much attention to you at your next status report unless you come in with a bar chart, some milestones and events. So therefore, you would have done your homework, and we would know what the schedule will be for the compliance. So I just want to say that.
I understand. If I can provide the right information as far as these bullet points are concerned, if that's not enough, we will definitely be bringing a more detailed Gantt chart associated with milestones for you.
You bring in bar chart and milestones. You know how to put it together, right?
We can put together.
Please do that.
A chart.
It's better for all of us. Would you do that?
Yes, we already agreed upon with Ms. that we'd be providing a more updated, detailed schedule related to the engine.
That'll complete your compliance plan. Your compliance plan. At an overview, we get to see what dates start and finish.
I'm still waiting. Ms. Verdugo Peralta has another question, but I just wanted to remind us that I'm waiting still to hear what the original date was. It was planned that you would apply to the city of Compton for the flare permit. Okay, but in the meantime, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, your question.
Did Mike ever respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the senator that we need to see that Gantt chart that does have all of the milestones in there with more specificity. Are we going to have another status meeting before January?
That's the question.
Yeah,
For the order today. I would suggest that there will be one a lot sooner, but we haven't gotten to that yet.
Well, in all of the questions that have been asked there's too much nebula. There's too much, we're not sure, we don't really know. And all of these dates are dependent upon each other and that everything going smoothly. I hate to be hitting that subject again, but on page 2 of Exhibit D, at the last paragraph, when you're talking about the interconnection with Edison, you're saying that it's assuming a 9-month lead time to get that agreement. And you're also stating, which is I think is a very important sentence here, not the critical path, but has the potential to be the critical path if it takes 4 to 6 weeks longer than estimated, which, as I explained to you, I think is a very good possibility. And there's just too many questions that we have regarding these dates, when the permits are going to be issued, if they've even been requested yet, for us not to have another status report way before January. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Eaton? Okay. I do really want to have the answer to that question. Mr. McDonough, is there any other witnesses?
No.
Okay.
The update, I do have an update to that question. The September 15th is still a current deadline to submit to the city, but the conversations have already been had with the city based on if we submit by that time frame, we'll have our building permit by end of October. Okay.
But the question from me was when we were originally planning to submit to the city. And the reason why I need to know that is because you haven't submitted yet. And under the original compliance plan, which we last saw in April, we didn't see anything different until yesterday, late yesterday, was that you would be completely done by September 25th. So submitting it on the 15th of September is a very big delay, I would assume, from where you originally anticipated. So I really want to understand when you first gave us the date of September 25th, when you had planned to submit to the city.
Let me take another crack at that original schedule to see when the exact time frame was original submittal.
And well, I guess while we're looking at that schedule, I guess the question is why? Why hasn't the application been submitted to the city of Compton? Why is it September 10th? The original date was September 25th. You're telling us we're going to wait till October because that's what the city says, but why hasn't the application even been submitted yet?
Or unmuted.
Madam Chair, what I would request, since there is somebody we can call that would have this answered quickly rather than us trying to look for documents, is if you can give us, say, 10 minutes to give a call and get that information,
This is weird.
that probably would help shortcut this process.
Senator, did you want to?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if
sorry.
the response to that question is not critical, wait until he put together his milestone and bar chart at the next hearing.
It's very critical to me because I want to understand why the permit from the district was given or granted the end of June. And here we are September 10th and there's still no application to the city of why did it take so long? And I want to understand when it was originally supposed to be submitted in order to make that September 25th date. And or can you walk us through since June, when the district permit was granted, what took till today until September 15th to actually submit an application to the city of Compton? Why it had to take that long and you couldn't get it in sooner?
Right, and that was my attempts with some of the bullets I was working under, trying to get that information conveyed for delays that extrapolated into other delays. We could submit a updated Gantt chart related to this as well, referencing where our milestones were. It is in existence. I don't have it directly in front of me, but that's what we do review.
And that was the original plan.
We have the original and we have the most recent version to show where things progressed. So we can definitely provide physical documentation.
All right, let me ask you this. My understanding from your testimony is that in order to, and I'm sorry for the background noise, in order to submit an application to the city of Compton, you needed these drawings, the 90 drawings.
The 90%, yes.
90% drawings. And you said there was a delay of 10 days. So when were those drawings supposed to be done? Is that all you needed in order to submit an application?
Well, we needed the drawings to then start the engineering review of the system.
It's the vendor's approval.
With the city of Compton?
Not the drawings to the city.
We have to do our own internal engineering review with the vendor before we can submit to the city.
Okay, so you said a 10-day delay.
Yeah, just on the drawings, yes.
So now wait, now are you saying there was additional delay on top of the 10-day delay for the drawings?
The drawings piece, as far as I'm aware, stuck at the 10 days, but there's a lot of other variables and a lot of balls in the air, so to say, that have a day or two here, a day or two there. And
Where's that in the hearing status report?
I understand exactly.
Yeah, but to get us to September 15th, when we were last told September 25th, a lot of delay. And all I heard today was 10 in a month, I understand, and the 4 to 5 weeks for the district. So I want to understand where the rest of the time went. And
I understand. Our attempt was to simplify, but
why we should feel comfortable that October, really, this was the earliest you could application. How are we to believe that you were not dragging on this submission to the city of Compton? I guess based on the testimony so far, I don't have.
Oh, I understand it. It's clear that we need to provide more detail as far as these Gantt charts I talk about are very detailed. They do spell out exactly what steps are in place and what are critical to finish first before you move on to the next. And we can provide a more detailed.
Okay. You could also summarize it, but I don't hear that either. Mr. Balagopalan, did you want to ask a question?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to add, I'm not sure if Mr. Eaton said that within Mr. McDonough that they need 10 minutes. I don't know whether they can produce those Gantt charts today, or is it at a later time that they're talking about?
We were attempting to get a verbal date to provide within the 10 minutes, but it sounds like we need to provide physical documentation, a little more detail on the delays and dates associated.
I think just for myself, if you can refer to the Gantt charts and give us a verbal summary, that's okay with me, but
Summary would be fine.
We're going to have to put that together for you then.
Okay, so then why don't we take our lunch break? And we'll take it for a little bit longer, perhaps, maybe would an hour be enough for you to also have a lunch break, or would you need?
We'll make that work.
Okay. All right, so then why don't we take our lunch break, and during that time, hopefully we'll get a little more specificity on the delays that have been encountered thus far. And then we can hear any additional testimony on that, and then we can move to our deliberation from there. So we will go off the record and come back on at 12.
Take a lunch. We can just do this. We've already heard his testimony. We know what the plans are. And they're not.
We don't have all that other information. Okay, so would we not like to take a lunch? Would we instead like to have additional time? How much time do you need? Because then we're going to go through lunch. And hearing members are going to be, hearing board members are going to be hungry when we're deliberating. But how long?
For scheduling, Ms. Prusak, the district would request a brief recess to be able to confer with the respondents' council. I think there are some changes to the conditions that are proposed that might kind of rectify some of these issues, and to get to a final date. And it would be the district's preference if we could get to a stipulated date. It is the district's preference that this remain a stipulated order.
It would be hours as well.
Lunch break or something shorter. I just to factor into timing, the district would request a brief time to be able to confer with respondents' council.
Oh, okay, and also while you're conferring, I know you heard from Ms. Verdugo Peralta and myself as to a much earlier return date. I'm looking at maybe mid-November, so that we're well ahead of the game, because this board is frustrated that the date was September 25th and here we are at September 10th. We're not going to do that again, and have a return right before the date, and then we hear dates are way out. So that should be conferred on as well during that time. So with all of that, to summarize the data as to the delay, so we have a better understanding of what caused the delay and why we're so far behind at this point, and to confer with the district about how long do you think you might need?
No problem.
Thank you. We're just getting through.
What I'm understanding from council is that we do need to verify that Gantt chart that we're using internally is appropriate and we're able to provide to you. So we're going to need that physical lunch break would be best, in all honesty, to get added information to you.
Okay, and then you'll also have time to confer with district council?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so then we will take that 1 hour lunch break, and now we'll come back at 12:50. And if you think you'll need more time, please come back like 5 minutes before that and let us all know. Okay, so I'll be back 5 minutes before that. But okay, so we are off the record, and we will be back after our lunch break at 12:50. Thank you.
12:50. Thanks.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I've got you back in as a co-host again.
Thank you, thank you.
I was just having lunch in the clerk's office there, and I had to run and grab one. Sorry about that.
No, it might have been me. I assume.
You know what? I'll tell you, we've all found out. Let me get my volume back up. And it happens all the time.
I don't know. It's never happened to me, so I was assuming maybe it was my internet connection.
No, I don't know if you found this out with Eli. Around the noon hour, any time between, I'd say 11:30 and 3, the internet traffic as a whole globally just gets so jammed up. That's why I like to try to come in here and get the full bandwidth from the district for you guys, because I don't want to take a chance. But I've done a few LPAM meetings from home. Well, they're my brother in crime there, or my Orange County brother there, Dr. Bernstein. We both have Cox, and we know how it can go. And as good as Cox is not without fault. And when I start seeing that wheel start turning and it says your internet is what is that word? What's that message?
Yeah, it's
Your internet is losing connect is slowing. Yeah, anyway, it's weakening. Oh gosh, I put on the brakes and hold my breath and feel like throwing holy water on my router,
I should tell my son what you said about the 12 to 3, because I don't think there's been a day where he doesn't finish school at 2, whenever he finishes, and start freaking out because he can't get good internet connection.
Yeah.
And everything was in and out, and my teachers were,
No,
We have 4 of them doing that over here.
Same with you in Temecula too, Cynthia?
Say that again, Paul?
Same thing with you out in the valley there in Temecula Valley?
Well, it's worse because we're up on this hill and we get very bad service. And I paid extra for Spectrum to give me a stronger, faster service, right? I beefed that up. And then I had them, had Best Buy come in and put that Orbi system.
Oh, how do you like that, by the way? Because I thought about buying one of those.
Well, okay, I had a long talk. I've become friends with the Geek Squad guy who comes over here all the time.
Right.
And he said that
says it all.
there's 2 that are at the top. Orbi's one of them, and I can't remember the name of the other one. It starts with an E, I think.
Okay.
And he said those 2 are the best, but for whatever reason up here, he seems to think because we're so close to the Indian reservation on the other side of the hill that there's a problem there, and they don't have to adhere to any type of rules or regs that the rest of the United States has to. Obviously, they're a sovereign nation, and he said that it's interfering in some way, shape, or form. I don't know how, but the Orbi made things better. They're not.
That's good to know, because they brag on spreading your coverage out in your house, even coverage. And I've got kind of a dead spot in my master, because where I have it's around a corner, where there's
mine's all the way on the other side of the house in my walk-in closet, which makes no sense. And my office is at the opposite corner of the house, if you will. So it's got to go through, all these walls.
Right.
And they hardwired my desktop in.
Okay.
And then they have, there's a satellite thing behind one of my TVs in the family room. And then there's another one. I can't remember where the other one is. And then there's one, obviously, where the main
Speaking of which,
she froze. Is that what?
2 dining rooms. So the informal one, there's a granite desk and everything. They should have put it underneath.
We're all laughing because you froze for a moment.
So.
And Doctor told me he was on hold with Cox for what was it, an hour and 15 minutes once, or longer?
Yeah, not as bad as AT&T though, but Yeah, pray you never have to call AT&T because what a nightmare. I mean, you imagine that phone service and customer service, they would do really good.
I've had to. I have AT&T for my landline. And I don't know why. It's just a matter of time, taking time to bundle it with Cox, but I would be paying less than half. And but the customer service and then the animated guy is just, I'm like, wow.
The worst customer service in history, man.
Yeah. But then I heard when Diamond Bar, the city of Diamond Bar, went over to FiOS here, a council, you can relate to this, a council member from the dais, the first week they had FiOS, and he's a nice guy, Steve Ty, he's mayor right now, just blasted FiOS. He said, if I have to wait another 2 hours on the phone for FiOS, I'm going to personally lobby to get them out of our, and it's when FiOS took over the Verizon contract, and it was Verizon. He said,
Yeah,
this is terrible.
Can I just interrupt for a second? I see Mr. Eaton. I see him. I don't know if you can hear us, Mr. Eaton, but I'm wondering if, oh, and Ms. Roberts, I just wanted to know if you guys needed more time.
Yes, if we could have about 2 more minutes, we should be submitting a redline version of proposed conditions to the clerk that can be distributed to the hearing board that I think will help facilitate further discussion.
That would be very helpful. So we'll assume it'll be a while before we get back on because about 2 minutes for that. And then it takes a little while for the clerk to circulate it to us and for us to receive it. So, and then to take a look. So as soon as you have it, just let us know and let the clerk know.
So it was sent just now to the clerk of the board.
I see Rosalind in the
Saw her
back.
run.
Let me call up there just to see if she heard.
So we were gonna go with FiOS because our daughter who lives down the hill, they have it and it's been great.
Really?
And they stopped serving the hill up here the day before we moved in.
That's right. I remember you went there one day. You were so frustrated. That was the one with the big staircase behind you.
Yes, yeah,
Right.
and that was the day that Spectrum had a Southern California wipeout.
Wow.
All of Southern California was out that day. If you had Spectrum.
Spectrum or FiOS?
Spectrum was out.
Ay, ay, ay.
So I had to go to my my daughter's house with her 4 kids, 2 dogs, 2 cats, and everything was going crazy. So I had to put the headphones on.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I remember that day. That was, and as I remember, that was a long hearing that day too.
It was a long hearing. The things we do.
I know. Yeah, but I totally get that down the hall and around a corner and behind a closet thing. Yeah.
We're not in the hearing yet, but just board members, whoever's here, I know Senator, if you can hear us as well, but Rosalinda has just received the red line version of what the parties have agreed to propose, and she's going to send it to us now by email. So look for that. Looks like I received it, so you all should receive it. Senator, no, I don't know if you heard us, but we're not in the hearing yet, but Rosalinda from the clerk's office just sent us all a new red line version of the proposed findings. So look for that in your email now.
Oh, boy.
With 3 documents, 3 attachments?
I believe so.
Okay, so we're printing out all 3 of them.
Let's see. The 2 of them might be the same, just a word versus.
The version marked as clean, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, is merely a Word copy of the PDF. The General Counsel's Office directive right now is that we will submit documents in both Word and PDF to the clerk for convenience, because we're not submitting hard copies right now. But those are identical. There's an additional Word document that contains track changes that allow for easier review for what changes have been made since that was.
Good to know. Thank you.
I had problems, Catherine, printing out the marked up pages. I'm not sure which one are you gonna want marked as an exhibit because you attached 3 documents.
We're gonna mark, we're not on yet.
So I do discretion as to whether or not that the red line needs to be marked as an exhibit.
Okay, well, when I try to print that, it's only printing 3 pages of it for some reason. And it shows it just shows like a heading that says author. And then underneath that, it just shows each change instead of like printing the whole document for some reason.
That might be some kind of setting thing. But we'll mark both. We're gonna mark both the red line. When we go back.
Okay, I can't seem to print that though, so I don't have that one to mark for my, for the record.
Let me see if I can print it a PDF copy of that red line, and I can resend it to the clerk rather than as a Word document.
Just so that I can print it out.
That sounds good. I was able to print the 2 pages that, right? Is it only the 2 pages of the order that have track changes, or is there changes in the rest of the document?
It's just the 2 pages of the order.
Okay. Did you send it, Catherine? Or you're sending it now? Yes, that worked. Thank you.
Sure.
I noticed, Ms. Roberts, that it's still referring to attachment A.
Yes, so the attachment A is the same. The only thing that's incorporated in the proposed order from the compliance plan is the monitoring, reporting, and the mitigation measures regarding the flare itself. And those are not changed in any of the compliance plans. The only changes to the compliance plan submitted by the respondent were the deadlines. And the deadlines are going to be separately incorporated into the order.
Catherine, Paul, I don't know if Paul's on, but Julie is she got kicked out again. So she asked if you can call her, please. Thank you.
Julie got kicked out?
Yeah.
It would be nice, can you hear me? If
Yes.
you submit the red line part aspect of the order that would be changed instead of I won't have to print the whole darn thing all over again.
I believe a red line version should have been submitted.
The version was it's a complete copy of the entire proposed findings and decision. Another complete copy, which is unnecessary. Just the part that is redlined should have been submitted. I'm just saying I don't need to print the whole thing all over again.
I understand. Sorry, it's all one document, and for transparency, to make sure we're all looking at the same thing, I submitted the entire document. My apologies, Senator.
And the one that's redlined is real small print, right? Mine came out really small print.
My apologies to all. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We're having severe issues with our internet. Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay. So no one else lost it, I'm assuming. All right, and where did we leave it with, does the clerk have a copy?
Yes, thank you.
Great. All right, so let's go back in the hearing. Are we ready for that? Do we have everyone?
We ready?
Yes, and Madam Chair, we're recording to the cloud and
I don't see, oh wait,
webcasting still.
is Miss Roberts here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked right over you. Okay. All right. So we're back on the record, and I don't know who wants to introduce. We have received 2 new documents. We have received a new proposed or an amended proposed findings and decision, which has some changes to the order section, and we're going to mark the red line as number 13, exhibit 13. And then we have a clean version of the same, and we will mark that as exhibit number 14. And Ms. Roberts, would you like to introduce those changes, or how do you want to?
Yes, sure. So based on conversations that District Council has had with Respondents Council, as well as based on all of the testimony that we've heard today, we do believe that a couple of additional modifications are warranted to this order. And specifically, there are 4 different order changes, and I'll kind of walk through those in order. Firstly, with a new condition number 2, we think based on the hearing evidence that we've received and questions by all parties, that it would be beneficial for both the district and the hearing board to have a detailed schedule of all remaining milestones. And those milestones include things that are outside of the district's general knowledge or control in this particular project. So having that detailed schedule, we think is a worthwhile addition that will add to the transparency and accountability in this modification. We are not at this time requiring that it be the specific Gantt schedule that Mr. Eaton has been testifying from, due to recognition that some of those have confidential business information that cannot be considered a public document at this time. So in light of that, the respondent will need to prepare a modified version of that schedule, and we think a timeline for that is within 1 week of when the hearing board issues an order. And so that would be submitted under this proposed new condition to both the district and to the hearing board clerk. New condition number 3 would be a separate notification to the district anytime there is a change in one of those milestones or any event or circumstance that might affect the ultimate deadlines that we are concerned with, particularly the commissioning of the flare and the commissioning of the reciprocating engine that are the main hallmarks of this project. That will keep the district apprised of any potential need or any problems that might arise from further milestones. For condition number 4, the district and the respondent have agreed that a reasonable and expeditious timeline for the deadline of the flare commissioning is on or before December 9th of this year, based on the testimony that was received today, and based on what the respondent believes it can achieve going back to their vendor during this time. And condition number 6, we are proposing to change from January 7th to November 12th of this year. That's a Thursday, or as soon thereafter as convenient for the hearing board, to provide a further status update.
Okay. Mr. McDonough, did you have anything to add to what Ms. Roberts had to say with regard to the changes? And
No, no, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Other than that, we're in agreement with those changes, and we're pleased to have been able to, shall we say, hold the consultant's feet to the fire to see if there's ways that we can cut out additional time in the schedule, and lo and behold, We found that there's a way to do this. Obviously we'll be back before you to report in November and let you know how we're doing according to the schedule. But we believe that the December 9th timeframe is very aggressive, but we took to heart your concerns about there being too much time in this schedule. So regardless of the time that it takes the city to get stuff back to us, we will commit to that hard date of December 9th to get this done. That'll mean that they will expedite what they can do on their side to implement all of this stuff once they get a response back from the city.
Well, I want to thank both parties for such a quick turnaround. This, in my mind, leaves me with no additional questions for the witness and answers every one of my concerns. But when we left, Mr. Eaton was still testifying. I don't know if any other board members had any other questions before we move on to public comment, if there is any, and closing statements before our deliberation. Anyone else have any other questions they wish to ask? Yes, Senator. You are muted, Senator. There you go.
Will the milestones be properly formatted like a bar chart?
Yes, we will be highlighting the
You'll
milestones.
do that next time, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Mr. Balagopalan.
I just had a question on that condition where within 1 week they send that to the clerk of the boards. Would that be also be forwarded to the board members?
Everything that the clerk receives, she forwards on. They forward on.
Therefore, okay.
So that would be, that's essentially for us.
Okay.
As she says, yes.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that the reporting of all of the schedules is going to be inclusive specifically of the city and any other entity that is going to possibly contribute to a delay. And I don't know if there's verbiage in there that says it to that level, that it's going to include other entities or not, because I'm seeing, I'm looking at conditions 2 and 3, and I'm just not sure that it's going to be inclusive enough. Are we using verbiage that's going to make sure that any other entity that's going to contribute to the delay is going to be on that chart? Does it say that?
But I can say we're going to add those types of details to this update.
Okay, I know you're telling me that, but I'd like to see it in writing.
Is it enough if oftentimes, as long as we have the understanding on the record by the party who's providing the information that they do understand that will be included, would that be enough?
The way that I'm looking at this, I don't think so. Because it's just talking in generality about delay, rescheduling, or failure to meet any milestone. But it's not saying.
Or are you talking about condition 3 or 2?
Well, I'm looking at both of them. And I'm looking for verbiage that's going to tell us that they're going to let us know the cause of the delay. And
well,
whether it's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just base more, a little more, even more basic than that. Condition number 3 is written for the district. It's not for us. I don't think we will have any, we will once we come back and have a return, but I think that the parties can speak to this, but it seems the intention of condition 3 is so that the district is on the same page, just in case a modification needs to be made.
So the intent, if I can speak to it as of condition number 3, is that it was intended to be written quite broadly of any circumstance that may affect the ultimate deadlines of the flare and engine conditions. And the reason that it is only the district rather than the hearing board is to avoid the potential where there might be circumstances that could affect the ultimate deadline that ultimately does not rise to the level of needing a modification. This would allow the parties to confer, that would allow the district to be on notice, but might not necessarily require the hearing board notice that a modification would be required. Certainly, because the hard deadlines are incorporated as conditions under this proposed order, any change that ultimately would affect those deadlines would require a modification to come before the hearing board.
Okay,
That was the intent.
I'm comfortable with that explanation.
Okay, great. And any other questions before we move forward? Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to both of the parties for that quick action in amending the order. I'm going to look at the participants, see if there's any member of the public who is in attendance today who wishes to be heard. And if so, please just indicate by raising your hand, which you can find at the bottom if you hover your mouse or your finger at the bottom of the screen, or otherwise turn on your camera or speak that you wish to be heard today. And I see no one who wishes to be heard. So I'm going to start with Ms. Roberts with your closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. The status report that you've heard today is that there have been some unforeseen and unpreventable delays to some of the scheduling, but ultimately the modification that the district is seeking and ultimately the respondent does not oppose is one that will add to both accountability and transparency. Those are the things that will allow us to prevent any further slippage in any of these deadlines. There's accountability by incorporating these elements of the compliance plan into the order. There's transparency by getting a complete schedule, and there will be notice of any further potential deadline misses, so that all parties can work together to ensure that this waste to energy project, as originally envisioned, does come to fruition before the hearing board. And for those reasons, there is good cause to make the modifications as stipulated to by the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. McDonough, your closing.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
And is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
If you want more, I can talk for longer, but I think she covered it.
I think that's great. Thank you. Board members, I do think at this point there is good cause to make the modifications that have been requested. As you know, I had a lot of hesitations just because it was really hard to get a firm idea of how we know things are going to move forward quickly as they are anticipated to move forward. And as part of that, I didn't have a really good grasp of why things slipped as they did. However, I think as Ms. Roberts aptly put it, first of all, we're going to have a lot more certainty in terms of new conditions 2, and then the district will know in advance in condition 3. We'll know what the schedule is supposed to be, what are the milestones specifically. The district will be right on board if there's slippage so that we can take care of it, or the parties can on their own before they even have to reach us. I think that the date put in of December 9th, 2020 for the commissioning of the flare is very reasonable and a very good date, one that I would have actually a little bit even ahead of, but it includes all that information we had heard, the 4 to 5 weeks that it took with a delay for the district's permit, plus another delay of 10 days or so for the design, and certainly now the fabrication slipped by 3 weeks. So that amount of time is certainly reasonable. I see that the parties are still anticipating that that March date will be met and is staying in. And certainly the return of mid-November, I think we were all indicating would be a great opportunity well in advance of what's supposed to be happening in December to come back and make sure everything's on track. And if not, things get tweaked as they are. So with all of that said, I think with COVID, I think the parties are in as good of on track as they can be. As we saw with the district, even with expedited processing, there was a lot of slippage in that. So it makes sense that there's slippage in other things. And we're seeing also, in my good cause analysis, would be this significant reduction in the amount of days and minutes in which we're seeing any kind of temperatures that are below the 1400 degrees Fahrenheit that is required. And so we're already seeing going in a very good direction towards full compliance. And then once this flare is in place, we should see very little, if any, non-compliance. So with all of that, I think there's good cause to adopt all of these modifications. Any other thoughts? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also can find good cause. This overall is a great project. I think it's where we were questioning were the dates and the delays, and with the new verbiage in there and the understanding of both parties, of which I give credit to both sides. I think they worked on this very well together to give us a better understanding and give us more accountability and more transparency so that we can keep on top of this, because there's a lot of moving parts to this project. And just one little glitch can affect the whole program. So I'm glad to see that we're going to be able to come back in November, take a look at this, have a status report, and as you said, Madam Chair, tweak it if we need to, but hopefully it'll be on track going forward. I have a lot of faith in this, in the fact that you can do this. So hopefully it will come to fruition, and my good wishes to you on that. So I'm in favor and I can find good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw the senator had some remarks, and then Mr. Balakopoulou.
Yes, initially, the statement was that September 25, 2020, scheduled for the flares installation and commissioning. Assume the district would have a permit to construct May 19th. They got it in June 17th. That's not 4 or 5 weeks. We've been talking about 4 or 5 weeks for delay, because that's not 4 or 5 weeks. That's just less than a month. Okay, but I will say this is, if you want to show more transparency, next hearing date and that bar charts milestones, a real comprehensive plan, then I'll be willing to say, yeah, that's good cause to see what's going forward, what it will look like.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say some of the testimony we heard today from the district was that while the permit was granted, was the date June 17th, it wasn't put into the mail until the 18th. We know the mail's running late. And then the testimony from Mr. Eaton was that it was received on the 24th. And I know an email copy was sent on the 25th. So it's a little longer of a delay in getting it. Mr. Balakopoulou, you had some thoughts.
Yes, I think I'd mentioned before too that I had disclosed before that I was a public manager for that for this team, the mechanical team, and handled the facility. We had an ongoing discussion, and I've been to the facility at least twice or maybe 3 times, I can't remember. And I think the goal all along has been to utilize the food instead of going to a landfill and the trucking emissions to compost and generate the gas and utilize the gas both in the boilers and micro turbines. And unfortunately, all this that incident that happened in 2014 sort of put a stop. But in a way, the way I looked at it, I think, it's in a way, it's a blessing in disguise, where there was a violation that was noted by the compliance staff in the afterburner in the flare not meeting the temperature, because that has all brought this into the forefront, and they're back to full circle, back to the same, the goal of, again, putting the, utilizing the energy, the biogas. And so with the utilization of the engine, that'll be, and they'll be generating electricity. So it'll be back to the laudable goal they had at the beginning, but it's going to take a while. And I think they're making the right steps to achieve that. And I think they have looked into all the different mitigation measures, and adding the flare, the additional flare is a step towards that, at the small flare to handle that, in addition to the engine will, when it's all done next year, hopefully it works properly as it was envisioned and designed, and that it'll be a good utilization of the resources.
Great, agree. Dr. Bernstein.
I'll keep it short since most of my colleagues already hit it. So that's what happens when you go last. So in summary, for me, this is a terrific project in line with SB 1383 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. In my mind, they're doing everything that they can to do that. They incurred several different problems that were sort of out of their control, that eventually led to a decreased temperature at the flare. They've put in various mitigation steps to try to improve that, and they have, reducing their noncompliance to approximately 19% at this time. And so therefore, going forward, it seems to me that the board is equally interested in getting a real beefy timeline, so that we all can appreciate exactly how many steps and where things can go wrong, and what you are doing to make sure, as best as you can, that they don't go wrong, and that we meet an appropriate timeline and dateline for completion of the project. And so I believe also that we have made the foundings for good cause, and can proceed accordingly. And thank you for everybody for your efforts.
Okay, thank you all for a good hearing and a good discussion. I'm going to make a motion then. Oh, sorry, Senator has more to add. Senator.
Right, Mr. Kruger had a zero waste program. So therefore, the waste that was being committed to this project has been eliminated or substantially reduced. And I think that, and it was not going to the landfill, I think they were giving it away. So it's part of paragraph 7. I think that's significant to note. Also,
It's sort of a
close several rap stores, grocery stores in the area, thereby reducing the amount of food waste sent to the facility. Anyway, it will have some effect on its operation.
Madam Chair, I just have one more comment.
Please.
Based on the fact that the utilization of digesters, it's still on the forefront. It's still being considered in the realm of new technology. And this just may end up being a very good model for a lot of other companies to go in this direction. And hopefully they'll be able to hold this up as how this really can be a good project, not only for Rouse, but also the surrounding area. This is going to help the whole community. And I have hopes that this is going to be a good model for others as well to go in the same direction.
Thank you for those thoughts. Okay, if there are no other thoughts, then I will make, at this time, I want to make a motion. Okay. In the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Ralph Grocery Company, case number 6166-1, I move that we find good cause to grant the proposed findings and decision in order to modify the order for abatement as is found in Exhibit 14. I wanted to make one change. I just want to make sure that this issue carried over because I wasn't able to print the entire Exhibit 14. But in the original proposed order on page 4, there were 2 paragraph 12s. And if that's still the case, we need to just renumber everything, starting with the second paragraph 12 to paragraph 13 through the conclusion, which would then leave us with 24 paragraphs.
I see.
And that's the only change that I need to make, because it incorporates all of the changes that were already made. And that completes my motion. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta seconds that motion. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. I think we've all said thank you, and we will look forward to hearing your progress on November 12th and seeing that in about a week, we'll see that more detailed plan. And thank you so much for the quick work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of these days, we'll see you back in person.
Oh, I really hope so. I really hope so. Any other business, board members, before we adjourn?
I just make one, don't request consent.
I think they know that can't go on consent. Well, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Everything could be moving right along. They could totally be in compliance by then. All right. Any other business? Okay, then we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Everybody, have a great weekend.
See you next week.
See you next week.